says, well, Superman, I haven't hoped on your streams in 4 days. That's so cool. I haven't hopped on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the movie, so I decided to draw Superman. Nice, man. Yeah, I normally don't draw things like in popular culture, you know, but in drawing Superman, have you thought what you will do with the background? No, I'm probably just gonna draw the character. He's already taking up the whole page. I'm probably just gonna draw the character. So sick. Thank you, man. I'm trying. I'm trying to make it cool. Today I should probably get it done. Rerun. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you too, man. Hi, Gardner 81. Very cool. Like your original Superman. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. You should do a black background with stars, make him look like he's in space. That could work. The only problem is that the rendering time that would take, and it would change the. You know, if I was to sit here and do that with a pencil, it's gonna take a while. it's like that's why I don't want to go in that direction with this. I just want to just do the straight up character, and I still gotta kind of figure out these like folds. I thought this was gonna be easy. It looks kind of like bordering on battle damage, sort of you know what I mean? Like, and the clothing supposed to kind of like look like this, like a little bit of fabric stretch or something like this, and it ended up looking not very much. It looks bordering on battle damage. So I kind of need to figure that out. I'm not entirely sure how to fix that yet because I've never done that effect. So today I'm just going to be kind of finishing things up and just rendering. But yeah, I might have to look at more references on clothing. But today is the finishing phase. But yeah, I saw the movie. You know, normally I don't do like fan art. Normally I just like riff off. You know, I just kind of like go off of whatever's in my head that day. But I decided to do. I feel like I'm more of a Batman guy. Like looking at the Superman, I'm probably more of a Batman guy just because like the vibes that I kind of go with is like more dark and brooding, and Batman kind of fits that a little bit better. because like all the pictures I was looking at of Superman, he seems pretty upbeat. He seems like, you know, he's kind of a naturally like a positive guy. But today, I guess you need to draw Batman next. I'm maybe like a disheveled Batman, like a bit. I've seen some really funny pictures of Batman like kind of being disheveled. Maybe I should do something like that, but I can't think of. The thing is that Batman's been around for ages and ages, and I'm like, how do you have like a take on Batman that's original? You know what I mean? It's like there's medieval Batman I've seen, Dark Age Batman, you know, disheveled Batman. It's hard to like find an angle that's gonna be like different. I mean, I guess I didn't really try to find a different angle on this guy. I just kind of drew my version of Superman. Just kind of like, you know, put together Superman stuff. But yeah, it's, I don't know. It's like, how do you do Batman justice? That's gonna be like sort of interesting. Draw Batman, but in your world of drawings. Let me know if that music is at a good volume. I don't know if it's super bad. Really like he made his muscle structure almost rock-like. I like your style. Thank you, man. Yeah, I have a tendency to kind of like over-exaggerate that. But yeah, especially like in this area. But I gotta somehow. I think things kind of fell apart a little bit during the adding fabric, kind of like fabric kind of thing. I just need to like figure it out or like render it out more and see how to fix that. But right now it looks like he has got like cat scratches all over him a little bit. He's got that vibe, but I've never done that like skin tight suit with fabric kind of look. So we'll see. Maybe it'll just be bad, and I just will have to like learn from that. Like I'll just have to accept the defeat. Just hopped on. What materials are you using? Just pencils and paper. Just toned Strathmore 9x12 and a variation of pencils. Too many to count. Oh man, you know what I forgot to do? I was gonna go to my parents and pick up some pastel pencils, but I got my buddy hopped on and we started playing a strategy game. We ended up playing till about 12 p.m. So I ended up just forgetting about that. But I got them on order. Either way, I'm gonna get them. They'll probably come in tonight. I'm excited to like experiment with that. think it looks great. Great comic art, has style that separates from others. I think you have that. I dig. Thank you, man. Thank you, Mike Gardner. The creases fabric stretching looks awesome in my opinion. Don't think it looks like scratches at all. Yeah, I think either just more like careful rendering in that area is probably what I'm gonna end up doing. American Ball Guy, welcome. Nice. Happy Monday. Batman next. Well, now everyone's saying Batman, so I might have to do Batman. I might have to do a Batman. I do like the. I think I'm more of a tragic hero enjoyer than the upbeat Superman kind of vibe. You know, I think Batman is more my style, but it's like because I almost like I've thought about Batman more throughout my life, so it's almost like more intimidating to draw him. Because I'm like, how do I do justice to Batman? You know, like how do you like? Because it has to be like beyond awesome, and it's just like, how do you even do that? You know. Yeah, but today is just going to be cleaning everything up and like saturating and just doing layers, and like I want it to be a little bit darker as it goes down towards his legs, kind of have that gradient going down to kind of like, you know, have like most of the light kind of in this area. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking things at this point, but I was scrolling last night through last night I was scrolling through like random artists. They were digital, but just there's some guys that like really understand anatomy. It's kind of crazy. You can like come across like a random dude drawing and like these like anatomical torsos, and I'm like, oh, you know, like this guy really he really understands what's going on. It's like, you know, so. Silver, Hell Nick. I think you meant hello, but yes, Hell. Always fave of mine. Uh, draw Wolverine. Yeah, yeah, maybe. We can see what the top of the cape looks like. It's cropped out. I made the cape go up. There are artists who just know their anatomy so well. Yeah, I have to look at anatomy, or not at the enemy, at the anatomy. I have to sometimes take a sneak peek to be like, you know. I'm getting there though, guys. I had a George B. Brigman book. I still have it, and I was practicing. I swear to God, like I had like arms. I drew arms, right, over and over and over, and I think my arms did improve, but like I drew the muscular structure, and like for maybe 30 minutes every morning before I did my day, and then it like once I stopped, it like faded like fog. I feel like my brain it just like faded, and it's like I don't think I will ever like have all of the I think it was like dynamic poses, or like dynamic something. Oh, it's right here. I'll show you the book. It's just, I think part of it is that George B. Brigman is on such a high level that it's hard. It's like you're looking at something that's incomprehensible because it's like you have to basically know where the muscles go before you approach something that advanced. I think that's part of the issue. Is like it looks the sketches look simple, but it's hard to understand what you're supposed to take away from it because it's on such a higher level that it's, you know what I mean. But yeah, I drew the things over and over again, but like it just kind of like for like 2 months, like basically the same thing, just arms, just forearms, and it's like it like just faded away. But yeah, it's this book right here, Constructive Anatomy, George B. Brigman. This is kind of like what I was going off of, and I think that, like I said, I think maybe some of the issue is like it's on such a different level. Like obviously it's comprehensible. I'm just saying like his sketches are like there's so few lines that give so much information that it's difficult to, you know what I mean? Like what I need, like the actual level I'm at is I need a medical breakdown of the muscle groups to look at, to like know exactly, like a 3D model that's perfect, kind of. This stuff is like it doesn't look complicated, right? But it's actually more complicated because like there's like less lines giving you more information, if that makes sense. And if you're not already, you know, at a level where you fully understand where those muscles actually are, you're kind of like, it's like you're trying to read ancient hieroglyphics. You know what I mean? It's like it's sort of like difficult. But anyway, part of it too is my just working memory. It's like it just like kind of faded. Like I don't know. I'm just like, dude, I practiced for so long, so I don't know. I mean, I'm slowly remembering this and that, but it's like, you know, I still got ways to go. Autocorrect is a pain. Indeed, it is. Indeed, autocorrect is a pain. But yeah. Maybe, you know, the guy I really like, um, the the um, the character, the from comic books is like the one I really like is Spawn. I think I might do like a Spawn one. I feel like it's right up my alley in terms of like the vibes. You know what I mean? Like more of a dark character. Yeah, yeah. I think if I did another character, I would have to. I think I would do Spawn, and because he has such, he does like the transforming stuff with like the cape. He it get you know gets elongated. He's sort of like this. He's sort of like in this. You know, you can break the rules and make things like really crazy with Spawn. You know what I mean? Like more. So maybe I'll do a Spawn, but I'm gonna maybe like work on it on the side a little bit, like 30 minutes a day, just to like have it be conceptualized a little bit more clearly, or maybe I'll do just like this, just off the cuff, just kind of sketch a body, and just work with that, just work off of that, and you know, like I normally do. But I don't know. We'll see. The Bergheart, thank you. Hello, Master. You don't have to call me Master, but I appreciate the sentiment. I'm just a drawing enjoyer. Spawn is cool. Yeah, I like Spawn a lot. You know, I should probably like rewatch the movie too first. I should probably like rewatch. It's been a minute since I watched the Spawn movie. Maybe I should watch it to like sort of have it on the tip of my tongue more, because it's my memory is, you know, I haven't revisited that. I really hope. I know I heard they were remaking. I've always wanted them to remake the, like, kind of bring Spawn back as like a you know, more mainstream, like just kind of like, but you know, I heard they were having production issues, so you know, that smells like the movie is gonna be maybe, you know, cumbersome, and so I fear like it'll just sort of get lost again for another 10 years, and we won't see another, you know what I mean? It's like we're not gonna, but hopefully, I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping we can bring Spawn back into the, like, the general consciousness to kind of, you know, I don't know if Spawn can be like on the same level as like Wolverine and Superman and Batman. But one can only hope, right? One can hope. I mean, I think if Disney can bring back, I think if Disney can bring like Alien and like kind of make that a reoccurring, like, you know, movie. I feel like if that can happen, then Spawn can happen, because those movies are pretty, like, on the far end. Like they're pretty creepy, right? Like they're pretty dark. And if they can make that be a thing where they, like, kind of like what they did with Star Wars, where they just have content, all that franchise just constantly like pumping that out, I think we can. I think Spawn, in theoretically speaking, could be brought back. Yo, Home Skillet. Did you grow up reading comic books? No, I grew up. It would be cool to see Batman fight one of the monster creatures you came up with. Yeah. But But no, I mean, I grew up being exposed to comic books in a very, you know, a passive way, just like everyone else through movies, and um, it just kind of never was like, you know, around like comic books. I'm like, I didn't even know where you like. I didn't even have a comic book shop in our town. You know what I mean? So it's like it's hard to be a part of like part of that if you're not. There's one comic book artist that my buddy gave me like a book of a series of the Hellboy series. I think the guy's name is Magnolia something. I keep forgetting his name, but it's like his style is the opposite of mine, where it's like it's kind of like that few lines delivering a lot of information kind of look, and I really like his art style a lot, even though it's on the opposite kind of like spectrum of mine. It's like that more I don't know how you would say it, like it's just different. But yeah, I like his style a lot. How's it going, Future Oil? But yeah, no, I was like a very you know, I would get a comic book here and there and read it, but I was never like a super like I said, it just like wasn't around, you know. Good, nice. Do you feel like you came out of your comfort zone with this one? I do. I do because basically because of like the like it's yeah basically I did, even though it looks like right it's just a muscular man, which is not outside of like the kind of thing I would normally draw. The thing is like with the scale, like it's the same size paper, but I sort of made him bigger, right? I cut off the legs to like make him bigger, and it's like it yeah, I feel like I did go outside of my comfort zone with this one, if I'm being honest. Like my home is creatures. Like my comfort zone is like creatures. That's like my home base, right? Machines and creatures and stuff like that. Humans came later in my life, so it's like a weaker part of my skill set. You know what I mean? It's like it's not on the same level. I feel like, but eventually you have to, you know. I learned to draw like hyper masculine supermarine faces, right? Because eventually, like you draw creatures, but then you're like, okay, I need soldiers to fight the creatures, so you learn to, you learn to basically draw like soldiers and stuff, and like, and I'm like, okay, good. I can kind of pull it off, and I'm basically like, but then like your interests kind of like slowly expand, and you grab on, you try other things. But yeah. Humans came later in my life. Yeah. Well, I started drawing like my home base would be like, drawing like, what would you call it? Like, if you guys remember the movie with like the little hedgehogs. I'm blanking on the name, but it's like an '80s kind of horror film, like maybe like more for teenagers, and Critters, right? And like that's kind of like not where I start. I always drew, but like that was kind of like the thing I would draw. It's just like little creatures with teeth, and out of that slowly evolved all other things. You know what I mean? Like it was like, yeah, that's just kind of like how the story kind of began. I would just draw that over and over again, and like little spaceships. But yeah, in humans, like it's more difficult because you know what a human looks like. So if a human looks weird, it's noticeable. Like if a creature is weird, it's forgivable because it's hard to say that it's not like that, right? It's just artistic interpretation of a creature is sort of more. But I will say, like, learning a little bit of anatomy will help bring transcend the creatures to a new level, because like once there's a little bit of anatomical coherence applied to creatures, they become a lot more convincing looking. So yeah, definitely the one helps the other. Being good at like one thing will definitely help other aspects. But the most fun thing for me in drawing is like the whole aspect of kind of pulling things out of my head and just either just riffing and drawing shapes until I get a good idea, or just bringing an idea out, and that's kind of the most fun thing, right? Sitting here and just kind of like hallucinating whole world kind of together. I can already hear weed whackers out there. I'm drinking a cup of coffee. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I completely sympathize with that sentiment, even though I'm trying to not drink coffee. I definitely had coffee when I shouldn't have. Sometimes just it makes your day just better to have a little cough. Problem for me is like once I start drinking coffee regularly, like once I accept that that's just what I do, it just goes out of control. I just can't, and then I have to like cold turkey stop it and go through the whole withdrawal. So that's a problem. Just I don't regulate it well. I just start drinking more and more of it. Would you say learning anatomy? Would you say learning anatomy also helps with coming up with monster? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, once there's more coherency, like anatomical coherency, with your creatures, it transcends them to a new level. They look more real. They feel more real. You know, and unless you're doing insectoid type, you know, obviously insectoid types are different, but it it's just well, just drawing more in general will help everything. Um, but yeah, I would say you know it definitely will. I got up at 5 a.m. Went to the gym. Did you really? Good for you. I woke up 40 minutes ago. I woke up about 40 minutes ago. I quickly fed my dog, fed myself, and watched a few videos and you know jumped on the stream. That's my morning most days. Does anyone know? Is it okay to give dogs milk? Because my dog loves milk, loves it. I don't even think he takes a breath when he drinks milk. I don't even think he breathes. It's like this passionate like attack on it. I don't know. Just he's into it. Feels like a long day already. Wow, you've been up since 5. Yeah. There's a nice weed whacker outside. I don't know if the mic is picking that up, but I got to try sleep early, like all my neighbors. Their lights are off by 8 p.m. at attack. Dude, 8 p.m. is crazy. Back, nice. Josh Tazard, that is a crazy cool drawing. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I just hope the weed whacking stops. I understand they gotta do what they gotta do, but I kinda don't want to hear the weed whacking or whatever motorized thing is going on out there. Some people at that block party got super wasted. You'll get that for sure. I ended up playing after the stream. My buddy jumped on the game I found online, the IO front game, and we played till about 12 p.m. against real people. We never even got close to winning one game. We got crushed every single time. Michael E. Precard. Good looking Superman. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. So Nick, what are your plans for today? Well, streaming, I mowed my lawn like a day ago, so I'm good on that. I don't need to revisit that. So that's done. But I don't know, after the stream, you know, maybe go for a walk across town. But today seems like it's gonna get hella hot. Like it's looking like it's gonna get up to 30 degrees Celsius. So I don't know if I wanna sweat that hard necessarily. So I don't have any concrete plans. Maybe take care of a couple of chores that I've been avoiding for a few months. You know. Yeah, the news did mention that there would be a heat wave. Don't know that reaches your area, but it might. Bro, it's been hot. It's been hot for a long time. Like, the heat is just not going down. I mean, like, it's supposed to, after tomorrow, it's the heat, the weather is supposed to change, and we're supposed to, like, go back to, like, the 20s Celsius. So I'm excited for that. It looks like after tomorrow, it's gonna significantly change, and we should be in a much cooler space in the like the 70s or something. But yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a little tired of the heat. Every day, every one of my days is the same. I wake up, I stream, and then at the end of the day, you know, if I don't have any work, I just kind of like watch videos and or go for a walk, walk the dog. It's beautiful. It's the same system every day. I found the perfect cycle just to. You're gonna get a colonoscopy? I'm not. Is that no? As long as World War III doesn't happen, you should be good. Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope it doesn't happen. And let's hope everyone just kind of chills out. If only we had Superman. I spend my time doing research, drawing, planning, and speaking with creators. Nice, man. Yeah, you told me about the research and stuff. The definitely some interesting creators out there. There's some cool guys on Instagram that post they have like a microscope and they post like single-celled animals and stuff or like things of that nature, and it is pretty interesting the level of biological diversity on this earth that I'm completely unaware of. Just yesterday, another YouTuber I speak with recommended another channel to me for inspiration. I found a while back about the Stick Nation. Okay. What was the channel that he recommended? Basically, they found a cool sticks and show their. That's funny. That's actually a really clever idea for a YouTube channel. I can kind of like unironically see that becoming popular. Check out my cool new stick. Sir Fabulous Petey. Petey in the house to say go tittings. Thank you. Let me go. My dog just barked. Let me let him out really quick. I want to see if he wants to go outside really quick. He's probably now going to do that thing where he wants to leave the cold room because he's bored, and then he's gonna start panting in the heat, and then want to go back in there every 5 minutes. That's the cycle. But it is what it is. But yeah, thank you for saying, or thank you for stopping by, PD. I like their music, so I can learn their method of doing it. It was Chill Beats GPay. Basically, they found nice. Yeah, you told me you wanted to do the music stuff, which I don't have very much musical talent other than I can hear it. That's about as far as my musical ability goes. is the ability to hear the music. Sorry, my microphone was off to the side somewhere. Add attack, long ones, back. Native Joker 13, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That's some crispy work. Thank you. I try. No. Something almost fell. Sorry, but I saved it. I saved it. No worries. Good thing I was here to save. I think my dog is getting old enough where he like sometimes thinks he hears something and kind of does like a little bark. I think he's at that level where he just like randomly kind of thinks he heard something. Aries. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, there he is. This big baby. At that point, time to give your dog a fake beard. I don't know if that would help the situation. So now my hand is covered in dog fur. doing, buddy? That's the random barking I was talking about. Yeah, my dog did that last week in the middle of the night. Yeah, he just, I think he's hearing stuff. Wow, just got on the stream, and I just see this masterpiece. This art is awesome. Thank you, Underdog Fitness. Appreciate the nice comment. Today is the finishing phase. I really hope he stops doing that though, because I'm like, every time he barks, usually it's something, and now I have to like worry and be like, you alright, bud? Everything good? You know what? It might be the music, because there's like vocal tones in there. Maybe he's like hearing the voice kind of singing, and he thinks it's like, you know what I mean? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's just like the music or something. We'll just hope it's the music. And not he's not like hearing voices in his head. It's not like, I hope it's not the beginning of like dog dementia where he thinks there's somebody outside the door or something. It's starting to look good. I think I'm getting to that point where I'm getting to be happy with it. Like I said, today is just more cleanup and kind of refinement phase. So it's just slowly gonna get more finishy looking. Not finish, not like the nation. I'm saying finished. Guess I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. How do you find the courage to do live streams or record yourself? Have you had to deal with troublesome people? Have you tried using magnifying glasses while drawing? Cursed fetus. Thank you for the question. um, yeah, troublesome people come and go. You know what I mean? Like, there's light level trolling and stuff, but I mean, like, I just we're all gonna make mistakes in terms of like banning because like I take into consideration that some people will say things in chat and the joke isn't gonna come across text as well as it does in real life, so I try to take that into account. But if there's a pattern, if you notice an annoying pattern and there's sort of, but you got to deal with it. But yeah, it took me about 2 months like after 2 months of streaming I got pretty comfortable with it, so it's not a big deal. I think as you get older, you just kind of like don't care. That's part of it too. Um, Record yourself. Yeah, I just not too big of an issue. Have you had to do? Yeah. So yeah, again, troublesome people, they'll be around for sure. Have you tried using magnifying glasses? I don't really need magnifying glasses. Like, or you mean just like glasses? Not a huge issue. I can see fine. I mean, I can do about 7 hours of drawing a day, and my eyes seem to hold up. So, that's kind of where I'm at. Is 7 hours a day, not an issue. But maybe down the road, I'll have to get like some reading glasses or something in a few years. I don't know. But so far, so good. I'm gonna visit the bathroom and be right back. I need to pee. Be right back. Thanks for your tips. I have a wonderful voice and I want to exploit it more. Yeah, just start making YouTube. Some people do have a much better voice. I've noticed that. Like, there's orators that have a very sort of a masculine voice, and it kind of like peaks at a like this frequency where it's sort of like hard to listen to them because it's just like this linear like they're saying words that are different, but the bandwidth is like stuck on the same like frequency, so it's like it's hard to listen to them without zoning out because your brain gets tired. But some voices are much better at sort of fluctuating, and yeah, they're just way better for that. Talking over videos or whatever, it's just more fun to listen to them. But yeah, so you get what you get and you work with the tools you're given. So obviously you can kind of work on that and try to make your. But I don't really like focus on because I guess like my main thing, right? Like I draw, so I don't worry about it too much. But if you have a good voice and I would absolutely, if you have that advantage, I would absolutely make videos and emphasize that because most people don't watch videos. They put on podcasts and listen. So if you have a good voice, I think there's a future there. But yeah, as far as troublesome people and stuff, that's gonna happen regardless of what you do. You could be on YouTube curing cancer, and people, you'll still get that. So, I literally just you just have to pluck them out. I had like when I first started streaming at first, I had the few weirdest people encounters right in the beginning, which almost made me want to quit. I'm like, well, if this is how it's gonna go, it's like just like bringing up kind of like wildly inappropriate topics, and like it was just like not kind of the vibes I was going for the channel. Uh, chill art stream or whatever, you know what I mean? Like whatever I want to tell you, I just don't want to like some things I just don't want like people like bringing up constantly. And yeah, you just have to ban them, I guess, and just move on because especially like the ankle biting, like kind of stuff is like really annoying. But some people are trying to. That's the thing, is it's hard to distinguish. Like some people are trying to help. Like they're saying something genuine, but you just have to use your discernment the best you can and not worry about it too much. You're gonna make mistakes and ban people that were like genuinely meant well, but they're annoying. But some people are trolling under the umbrella of trying to help you, kind of thing. So I just wouldn't worry about it too much. You just kind of like have to bob and weave and just kind of like make mistakes and just move on. And if you ban the wrong people, it's whatevs. You're gonna make that mistake. One of the best perks of getting older, just not care. Yeah, yeah. You just don't care. I think people fear being old, but they don't see the beauty of absurdism. Yeah. I mean, it like it's weird. It's like there's the negativity is like mostly around just like becoming less healthy in general. You just become like not as healthy overall, just more proud. But the on the upside is, yeah, you just like um, you know the intense fear of like what people will think should slowly fade over time. Like it's a natural process. It's all part of the system. You know what I mean? Chris Maycock says hi. Hello, man. How's it going? Yeah, it's a huge like once you don't care, it's a huge advantage. Yeah, thank you, man. Gotta go. Thanks for your answers and congrats on beautiful artwork. Thank you, man. Yeah, but just not caring is a huge advantage. I mean, I don't completely not care. You know what I mean? I'm not like completely immune to trolls or whatever. I'm just saying that generally speaking, I just kind of like you once you see the same trick a few times, you just kind of you learn the trick. And It's kind of like when you're younger or you have a younger dog and you do that thing where you and your friends stand there and you throw the ball back and forth. Very cool, Superman. Thank you, man. Do you do any sequential work? No. I thought about doing another comic book character like Spawn or Batman, but oh yeah, like what I was about to say, the like you do the ball like thing, and then the dog learns eventually. Like eventually, you know what I mean? Like eventually they realize, and that's kind of how life is. Is you just kind of like slowly learn. It's like, yeah, I already kind of saw that trick. You're not getting me with that. Like I already saw that trick a few times. Not chasing the ball. I mean, you gotta participate enough to feed yourself, but beyond that, a lot of life is just like it's just there to like find gold sinks for you to continue to go to work and like just buy stuff. I mean, no, I mostly do new pieces every time. I like to explore a subject for like a little bit, and then at about 40 hours or whatever, or however long it takes me, I'm ready to move on to like a new concept or just switch it up. So I like to jump around pretty broadly, generally speaking, across topics. So that's just kind of how it is for me. I believe Superman had boots, right? I'm 90% sure I remember boots. Okay, he does have boots. Okay. So I just had to do a quick little reference check. I mean, did you use reference here, or did all of this pop in your head? Like, I just kind of drew, I just drew like the body shape, and then like I had to look up stuff for like the Superman, like the S, like the logo. I used the Man of Steel one, so it was half and half. Like I knew that I mean, you're basically drawing a muscular man in an epic pose, right? If you're drawing, and then you just add the elements of the that superhero's like sort of costume. So, but yeah, the pose and stuff, like I thought, I just kind of like thought of him sort of floating and brooding, kind of thing. Sometimes sometimes you like know, like you want a pose, right? That's like sort of dynamic, and you draw it, like you just sketch, and you see if you can come, kind of like more like interpretively, and you just kind of try out different poses till something feels really epic, and you go down that road, and then you start adding elements of the Superman. So it's just kind of a, that's kind of how I go about it. My dog hit, or my hand is covered in soot, dog hair, and sweat now. It's like I have like my hand is just like covered in like, I just looked over and I just see like dog hair and like charcoal and like just a little bit of shine from the sweat. It's like the worst you can possibly get it to be. Okay, so I really need to start lifting weights again. I need to go back to doing kettlebell in the morning really bad. I had some nice definition when I was swinging that thing around every morning for a couple weeks. And then I saw myself recently and I'm like, okay, I need to like go back to that. Sitting in front of your computer after a workout is even more better and satisfying after you did like a little bit of a workout. You feel 1,000 times better when you finally sit down. It's hard to describe the joy. And actually, I kind of don't mind the pants now. Now that I'm looking at it, now that it's like rendered out a little bit, I actually kind of don't mind the way that it's turned out. I was just getting a lot. I think I was getting too into my head. I know the feeling. Oh, regarding working out, yeah. It's like you stop working out and the effects are felt. The effects are definitely felt. And when you get older, like the muscle just comes off faster. It doesn't like stay on there for any length of time, unless you're just insanely diligent with your. how to get better at drawing? Generally speaking, you gotta increase the time that you gotta like draw more. Broadly speaking, that's the first step is you gotta draw more. But so that would be the first step, and then you find lessons, some sort of a coherent, some like some plan to improve. Whether you find an artist you emulate and you practice that. Uh, Obviously, looking at anatomy and copying that over and over again, trying to remember. But you know, lots of pathways. But the first step is to draw just more of things you like, sketching, and kind of grow from there. Draw more, but of course, don't let yourself burn out. Yeah. Yeah, don't let yourself burn out. You can only have so many hours of asserted effort to put into something before your brain starts to just not care, unfortunately. You know, so stay clear of burnout. I'd say, too, something that helps with burnout is I think like when people practice art, they get this is maybe my interpretation. I could be wrong, but they kind of get into the too much training and not enough going back to why they started drawing. Like, what do maybe you draw creatures or something. You just need to like also draw stuff you like. You know what I mean? Like, don't just go into lesson plans and then exist solely in that sphere, because you're gonna get burned out quickly doing that. So make sure you're taking time to draw the things you want intermittently with the lessons. Because you want to make sure you're going to get further if you stay in the game, than if you progress fast in the beginning and then abandon it because you're like sort of frustrated. So that would be my recommendation, is just keep coming back to the things you like, and that kind of thing. Things of that nature. You won't learn anything if you tire yourself out. Yeah, that's true. Your brain does need breaks. It really does. No matter how dedicated you are, your brain needs rest to formulate to kind of to kind of compress the information and sort of have it become part of your system. You do need to take time off. But generally speaking, the people that just draw more will just be better. So, short answer is just more of drawing. As annoying as that answer is, that's just what it is. Why is my camera looking at it like that? Yeah, Woos. Maybe. So cute, sitting over there. I'm thinking about leaving these like beginning sketch marks because they look sort of like cool. Like I'm just gonna leave those. I don't mind those. Leave the marks? Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna leave the marks. I think they look nice. They add like ambience and like that cool slick factor. Like this guy doesn't even care about the marks. I don't know. I'm not gonna add more. Those are the original sketch marks, and I feel like they add like ambience or something. Like you just add something to it a little bit. I remember when I was a kid and I would see stuff like that, and I'd be like, bro, you forgot. You clearly forgot, like, to erase some lines there, but, I now see through a different lens this idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and, go ahead and leave them. me see if the dog wants to go into the air conditioning room. He's like panting. He wanted to come out, but I feel like I'm gonna open the door and see if he wants to go in there. It's a lot colder in there. Let me go check, see if he wants to go in there. Yo, Wolves? Go in there. Okay. The dog did indeed want to go in there. I also tend to notice that I sit on my foot as a sort of a spinal stabilization tool. Like I sit in the weirdest ways. You guys should try this out. Don't sit normal in a chair. Just like go ahead and try different poses because it really does help to like draw for like these 7 hour sessions. You know what I mean? Because it's like I just noticed, like I saw myself in the camera and I sat down and I always sit down on like my foot in order to like counterbalance the spine. Like I feel like it has something to do. I'm like subconsciously counterbalancing my spine or something, or like kind of like it just changing the angle of your spine with your like by sitting on like your foot or whatever. It like, you know what I mean? You like get into these different positions and it helps to like alleviate like the sitting, you know, because you can only sit so many hours. But if you contort yourself, you can sit for a lot more hours. Oh my god, impulsive creature, party of 4. Thank you, man. I appreciate the raid. If I can spell impulsive creature, give me a minute. This is gonna take a minute. Impulsive. I don't know how you people type so fast. It's so ridiculous. People can type and it's all like I have like these moments in my life where I do type fast, like, and I'm like, how did that happen? And I think sometimes like all the brain cells, they like line up and work and they fire on like all cylinders, but usually not. Usually I'm like a pretty slow typer. I'm so jealous of people who can type fast. I really am. Like when they do the whole, you just hear the keyboard clanking. I don't have that ability. What the? That looks awesome. Thank you, Thanator Master. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I've been working so hard, so diligently on it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Impulsive creature. Thank you for the emotes. We're still working on this. I figure I'll take the last session and just like really render everything out, kind of go over all the little problem areas, kind of work them out, you know what I mean? Honestly, I don't know. It is difficult for others. Yeah, you apply an extra pressure elsewhere. I just expected others could. I just expect others could. Looking really good. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm trying. I think it's turning out nice. You know, overall, turning out nice. But I do feel like this was outside my comfort zone a little bit. You know, like a little bit. You know, a little bit. Not too far from the comfort zone. I usually I put my toe in the discomfort zone, but I keep most of my leg in that comfort zone, right? But I do dabble. I do dabble with the uncomfort zone. What the? how was your stream, by the way? Sorry, I totally forgot to ask. How was the old stream? How are you doing? I'm doing really good. Stream was good. Did a short one. Oh, nice, nice. No, I'm doing really good. I've been in like a really good mood lately. Like I don't know if I show it, but I've been in like a really good mood. Even though I do need to work out a little bit more, maybe, and eat and work out. I've been like lacking on that front. Oddly enough, I've been like losing weight. I'm like, what the? But but other than that, yeah, I feel great. That's a good thing. Work out regularly then. Yeah, it's just that. Uh, it's just that like once you work out for a little bit, uh, you start to get like gains or whatever, and then I lose like interest kind of. Do you do any sequential works? Asks Chris Maycock. Like same theme, like but like, what do you mean like draw another Superman like another superhero after this? Is that what you mean? Kind of thing. Mostly not. Mostly I don't do sequential work. We should be working on our own anatomy as well. Yeah, that's true. It's so easy to ignore that real anatomy. It definitely is. I can just draw the guy I want to be. It's like, why do I need to be the guy that I'm already drawing? Imagine if you were only allowed to draw like you were only able to draw like dudes that were like as strong as you. There would be a lot of skinny dudes in my like in my pictures. That's a good thing. Sorry, typo. I mean, this is the third stream, and I'm already in a refinement phase. So I feel like I'm definitely gonna get this done tonight. You know what I mean? This is gonna get finished, which is good. Exciting. Are you familiar with Ben 10? The reason I ask is because the alien's in it. No, I do know what you're talking about, but I've never actually like seen it. But I have heard of it. Like I know what you're talking about. Why is it good? Is it worth checking out? Amazing. Which artists inspire you? Getting Alice Ross vibes and Jim Lee. Jim Lee. I'm drawing this because I got on Twitch. I got rated by Jim Lee one day, and the Superman. Well, a few days ago, like maybe a week now. I don't know, but yeah, not to bring up Jim Lee again, but since you brought him up, I have to talk about it now. And so I was inspired to draw Superman. But as far as who inspired, I have my own. I usually don't do the comic book stuff. I'm mostly just draw whatever comes into my head. But in honor of the raid, and since I saw the movie, I wanted to draw Superman. But I don't have a usually. I like Magnolia. I like his stuff, the Hellboy stuff he did. I like that. Honestly, at the end of the day, I have to say that my favorite comic book artist is Jim Lee, because I wasn't really aware of that world until he rated me. Now I know, and so now, whenever I'm asked, my inspiration is Jim Lee. So, in regards with like the comic book world vibes, but I like what was that? I'm already blanking on my supposedly favorite artist, the Gustave guy, the French artist. Um, he does like these very powerful pieces. Well, he did. Sorry, he's not with us anymore. He's alive a long time ago, but his artwork still stands the test of time. So Gustave Dor, I like him. I just borrow kind of from every. I don't have like a thing, you know what I mean? I don't have like a. I just borrow from everything. Like I just kind of draw what I see. I'm like a pigeon. I just exist. I don't have like a strict agenda, you know what I mean, or anything. Like I just kind of go with the flow. I'm a big Sam Keith and Tim Vigil fan. Are those comic book artists? I'll type in Sam Keith. I don't know those names. I actually, I wouldn't mind reading comic books. It's just the big issue with comic books is space. It would need to be online. It would have to be online, right? Oh my god, this is good. Yeah, that is really good. It's space is an issue. Yeah, this is really cool. Um, Sorry, I'm getting lost in the awe. Yeah, very cool. Let me type in the other guy's name. I'm just sort of curious. Tim Vigil. Yeah, I like the Magnolia guy. I like his style. Um, because I'm like on the opposite spectrum. I kind of tend to like lean into the detail. I feel like, more and render things out. So like when I see an artist deliver like a lot of information and not use a lot of lines, it's like that's very impressive. This is very cool. Yeah, some of these guys, it's like they draw on a level that's hard to even like. It's hard to understand like how they're on such a high level. You know, I might need to use these for reference. I mean, this is so good. I might need to start using comic books for references. Very cool. The gesture lines make the gesture lines make the panels look busy. Any art background, Nikki? Nikki? Any art background? Oh, me like I just draw a lot. I'm just a drawing enjoyer. Oh my god. Morris on 148. I appreciate the follow. Thank you, man. School? Yeah, no, I never went to art school. You have this monochromatic texture that is blowing me away. Thank you, man. It looks like is that a military picture? Are you in the military? But yeah, thank you, man. I see the US flag behind you. Yes, sir. Infantryman, vet 6 years, in 38 months deployed in war. That's a lot. That is a lot. Very cool. I'm just in the rendering finishing phase, so I'm just mostly like cleaning things up today, getting it ready for the post on Instagram. This one went pretty fast. Like, usually whenever I just do a character and I don't do the whole page, things kind of go faster because, well, I don't have to think about distances and like contrast as much. Things just kind of flow better. No, you are cooler. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I did fight for democracy on Super Earth, so I did my part. Manage democracy, that is. Wow, I'm learning just watching you. Nice. What kind of stuff do you draw, William Mad Jack? I am what's known as a well-rounded artist, meaning there's no medium I can't master. Okay. Yeah, just kind of I'm a pencil enjoyer at the end of the day. That's kind of like what I like to stick to, and I just draw whatever comes to my head, and that's the entire thing. I just show up on the stream and just draw whatever. Usually, I mean, I obviously I'm drawing Superman today, but tomorrow, maybe I'll draw Spawn. Spawn does seem like kind of a interesting concept. Like I'd be actually interested in drawing, you know. But normally I just draw whatever kind of monster, or whatever kind of things enters into my mind. I sold my first work for 4K that I painted with two broken wrists. I was only 14 years old. Have you ever sold your work? You should. Uh, yeah. I mean, I've sold like I've done character draws for like D&D and stuff, but not like what like the level you're talking about, like $4,000. No, nothing like that. I don't even know where you would go to find the people that have that kind of money. This is amazing. I'm going to check out more of your work right now. Okay, nice. My work went to a bidding war, that's why. They explained because I was handicapped, the work was worth more. When I die, it will be worth double. That's how I understood it. I see. Makes sense if you know who Vincent van Gogh is, lol. The Prince 328, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate the follow. I've never had any sort of real commercial success. Like I've worked with people and I've done like D&D stuff, like their characters, but nothing like a museum art selling piece kind of thing. It's always just been I draw and people say nice things. Most like that's 98% of my art experience. I wouldn't mind if people bought it. That'd be cool. Just not sure where you go. And my art is it's not really like I don't know how you would pursue selling pencil art, you know, like the stuff I like to draw I feel like is not it, I'm sure there's people that like it, but it's I don't know who you where you go with it to oops, sorry, the bug zapper. Sorry, the bug zapper got another bug. Um I really need to get a counter on the screen for that. We can all keep count. No, I do know who Vince Van Gogh is, though. I know who he is. But I've like nothing against their art. I have a hard time like understanding like the genius of like the more metaphorical art. I look at it and I just like I don't for myself, and I'm not being like critical. I don't understand like the magic there. So yeah, I'm not saying it's not good. I just kind of like don't get it. So I just more like kind of stuff I draw, because I can I feel like I can tell like if I draw people, you can tell I drew a person well, and then what I'm trying to say through it is sort of clear and coherent. You know, I really don't. I I don't know if like the idea is like that you're supposed to take your own interpretation into those metaphorical kind of arts. Like I don't, you know, I don't even know why I went down the road of talking about that, but I guess maybe part of it too is I've always seen it on the internet, so maybe it's like different when you see it in real life, like the effect of it. So maybe I just don't get it because I have never seen that kind of art in real life. I don't know. No, talk more about it. I pretty much just said everything. I don't know. I just
I'm frightened, Jim. The economy seems so bad nowadays. Why doesn't Mr. Ryan do anything about it? I understand now. The Great Chain will lift us out of this mess. We just have to pull for ourselves. Come on, Jim. I'll race you to the shops.
I also don't want to hurt anyone's feelings that do are like metaphorical art enjoyers or whatever. It's whatever you enjoy. I'm just saying I've never been like into that art as like normal art. Well, I don't want to say normal, but you know what I mean. Like where the art is like something understandable, I guess. So the reason for that is you haven't really stepped away from your work to see it in a different perspective. When you do, is through a digital screen. Right. I think that's probably part of the reason. Really, you make me sound like a lunatic. And I went for art school. No, art school is good. It's just I'm not a like a I'm not good at like school. Like I just don't like school. You know what I mean. I'm not a school guy. So I just never. I was like, yeah, I don't. That's not my path. You know what I mean. So I mean, my mom was an artist. I didn't like really listen to her either. But you know, I just was like, I didn't. I never had any like plans for art. I'm just an art enjoyer, and so that's kind of what it is. You know. Bars, yeah, for people that for whom it works, I think it's great. I'm laughing too. I think it works for some people. I'm just the way I'm built. I'm just not I don't like to be in a classroom. It's not for me. I just I like to tinker with stuff. I don't really want to be in a classroom. Never really enjoyed that environment, so I knew that wasn't gonna. Impulsive creature, I was lurking by going to bed. Wow, nice senior art again. Thank you, impulsive creature. I appreciate that. I appreciate the lurks. Understood? Yeah. Nothing against it. I just can I be honest with you, and that's why I'm here. I do more than study art. I study artist. I study the artist. Oh, okay. Nice. Sounds right. Studying the nature of a person is interesting. It's akin to reading a book, always interested on what mysteries lay on the next page. I think we all take like I wouldn't say like I particularly study anyone, but you take interest in someone and you if they have some if they've developed some skill or something, sometimes they're interesting to find out how they kind of how they work. I don't know, just but that kind of rarely happens to me. I rarely like go and like read somebody's autobiography or something because they're just so amazing. Mingus Milk, nice drawing. Thank you, Mingus Milk. Or sorry, Bingus Milk. Thank you, man. Some people like to watch the paint dry. Watch the paint dry. Some don't. Fewer enjoy the application of said paint. It can be interesting. I mean, watching paint dry can be kind of interesting. You know, I've definitely done my share of paint drying, watching. I mean, like the first time you notice that on a really hot day you can see like water evaporate, like it's kind of interesting, right? Like the first time you encounter that.
Try Electrovolt, available at any Gatherer's Garden.
Veggie Pew Pew, Yoda says fire. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm certainly trying to make. I'm trying to make it a fire picture. Trying to slowly bring it in. How's it going, Veggie Pew Pew?
My garden looks horrible. The trees
I
don't
hope you're doing well.
and the flowers won't bloom. Am I doing something wrong?
Do you do any sequential work? Chris Make, I feel like I've answered that. I'm not entirely sure like what you mean by that. Like draw like the same series, kind of. Sometimes I have done that, like same thing. If I was drawing like a faction or something, then I would draw like, you know, more units out of that faction. But that's kind of rare. Mostly I just jump from idea to idea. But I feel like you're. This is like the third time you're asking me if I do sequential work. Mostly no, but yeah, sometimes, rarely. In the context, I just. Yeah, you've said that. Yeah, I feel like I've already. I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone. I answer, and then you just ask the same question. This makes me feel like that time, like when I thought my dog teleported, where I could have swore he was in the closet, and then he came back into the room from the outside, and I'm like, the Matrix is real, bro. Pretty good. Just finished eating. Nice. I just ate some eggs before the stream, so that's usually how I go about it. Just I got night shift tonight. I might hit in a little bit, hit the bed. Dude, I completely understand. I would definitely advise getting more rest than less. I sympathize completely. Is it like one of those 12-hour shifts? That's what I used to work. Not a fan. Well, actually, it was kind of cool because we worked 2 on, 2 off, so I can't complain too much. But I worked 12-hour shifts for like 10 years. It was not, it was not the most fun you could have. So, and I also worked the night shift. Also, would not advise doing that. You age twice as quickly. I feel that, yeah. The only upside usually of night shift is that you're not quite as micromanaged as the day shift. Like it's still bad, but like there's at least like most of your shift, you're just kind of like left alone to do your thing. Whereas like the day people, did I lose connection? It says, oh, I thought I lost connection. Um, yeah, you get a little bit more freedom during night shift. Most of the management isn't there. Facts. I remember we would come in sometimes, and there's like a log of things you have to do, and like the night shift people like just didn't do it. And when you ask them, they're just like it's kind of crazy. Like they just like didn't do it. They're like, yeah, I'm like, why? Yeah, I don't know. We just got busy. We just didn't do it. But what about you have to get it done? It's like, I don't know. We just didn't do it. But you do have to get it done. Now that it's day and all the management's there, you do have to get it done. So good luck with that. What? I always get that shit done. I hate the fact that more insects are more active. I hate the fact that more insects are more active. Oh, like during the summer? Oh, or nighttime? Yeah, dude. The moths, the scary sized moths that visit, yeah. Like bordering on like small bird sized moths that sometimes fly in, yeah. Camel spiders make my skin crawl. Just seeing one ruins my whole night. Where do you live? I don't think I've ever seen. Yeah, camel spiders seem disturbing to look at. I agree. That would make me uneasy for sure. I'm just wondering where you live that that's a thing though. Arachnids in general are pretty interesting looking. I'm an arachnid enjoyer in terms of aesthetics. They do look cool when they're not next to you. Luckily, I don't live in an area where they exist, so I'm gonna hit the bed, have a. I'm in the military, so I'm out in the skinwalker land. I gotcha. That's super funny. More military people, nice. I'm gonna hit the bed. Have a good stream, brother. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Well, like I'm gonna head out. Do take care. Thank you, man. Thank you, Silver. You know, I think. I need to kind of work the legs a little bit more. And we're kind of entering that. I wanted to kind of maybe darken in the hands more. Just kind of want to work this bottom area and get it darkened in, because that is one thing I wanted to do, is just kind of have this really worked in with the darkness as it goes down. Maybe bordering on pitch black, I'm not really sure. You know? Maybe. Right now I'm just gonna like slowly shade it in so that it's, I do want it to be like a little careful. I don't want to just splat.
Has this ever happened to you? You see, even the best security systems have their flaws. But with Security Command from Ryan Industries, the system works for you.
some ways, I feel like the Superman turned out super well, and I'm really happy with it. In others, I think I could have done a little bit better, maybe in some ways. You know, can't quite explain it, but
All this Adam stuff makes me nervous, Jim. Is it really safe to play God?
The job is up for grabs. In Rapture, we create our own destiny.
Defined. Hi, did you get to finish the elevator monster drawing? It's right here. No, I never finished it. I just kind of like didn't really like the direction it was going. I think I gotta have another take on it later. But yeah, I never really like finished it. But still around. I just never. Okay, I thought it was looking great. Thank you. Yeah, I just never really felt like. It did look pretty good. I just kind of wasn't feeling it, you know. But yeah, I'll probably eventually think of a different take on it or whatever. Just the direction it went in wasn't exactly what I had envisioned. I was thinking like more mechanical stuff and part beast. But then, you know how it goes. Sometimes it kind of goes into its own direction and I kind of didn't like where it went, so I abandoned that one.
like this wood of this pencil here. It's like super soft. I actually really like that. I don't like to fight with the lead for an epic struggle. Just be easy to cut. Guys, I think I'm as done with this as I can be. I'm happy. I just don't know how to push it anymore in terms of like rendering. Where are we at? 4 hours. Kind of short, kind of a short stream, but just zoom out here. But I'm happy with it. I don't know why I can't. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get it ready to post and everything. I'll just use the rest of my days for like chores and stuff, but yeah. Very cool. I think I'm pretty much done, you know, without going overboard and you know. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. It's just gonna be kind of a shorter stream because it's like it's done. Like it's you know. I think I did all I can do before I start going to that territory where I might like ruin something. So I think other than like a few spots, now that I say that, I'm like as I say that, but yeah, I'm basically done, I think. Anyway, I appreciate all the company, all the follows and stuff. You guys were awesome. A little bit of a quiet stream. I didn't really have a lot to talk about, you know. So, anyway, this is done. I'm gonna post it. Go check it out on my Instagram. I'll be back tomorrow. Let me end YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Thank you guys for hanging out. Take care.